Okay, let's get it. Again, wasted a bunch of time this morning. Not really wasted, just kind of had to do some correspondence and emails and all kinds of boring crap. Bureaucracy and shit. Paid some bills, paid some taxes. All the good life stuff, right? So, let's continue. Wait, is this in front? It is a little bit in front. Can I shorten it? I cannot. Okay, so then I'm just gonna continue with this list. Essentially, I have all the bugged items in the game now. So now I need a way to obtain them. So we're gonna do that by, let's save. We're gonna do that by having you choose them after a boss fight. So how exactly this is gonna happen, I'm not sure. I don't know like how exactly thematically that would be happening. Of course I can just, make you get a choice prompt after you defeat a boss, which is probably what I'm gonna do for now, but later on we could also rope that into some sort of an event, right? So let's do, let's find the boss level, because this is where we're gonna be doing this. Otherwise get a mini boss fight. Sure. Let's see. This is a start, okay? I need my boss enemy killed. Yeah, so here's where this will happen. So, let's see. Let's drop an else here. So if current downward progression is 1, we don't need this. Yeah, this is basically check if this is the final level of the mission. Otherwise, if current mission difficulty +1 is less than 3, wait, this isn't correct though, is it? So if it's less than 3, okay, I need to check what exactly this returns again. Wait, but this already does that, no? Oh, I see what the difference. Okay, yeah. This one basically, in the first dungeon, it goes up to 0.33. Okay, so this does check if this is the final level of the mission. And then, if the current mission difficulty is less than 3. I see, okay. Otherwise, if it isn't the final level... yeah, I see. Okay, I understand now. So if it isn't the final level, and current mission difficulty... or it's less than 3. Sure. But I still need this. Wait, how does this make sense though? Okay, what we're gonna do is if this final level and offer a choice of bugged items. Else we do this. And then we do public, we'll just do void bugged item choice. And here we do bugged need to rename this to actually say bugged. Okay. And now here we're gonna get a reward, right? But this happens, how does this happen though? Well, let's open the wave level as well. Because here's where I'm gonna make some changes to the reward selection. So for now it's still gonna be rudimentary, no polish, and then at some point I'm gonna do that too. So here I have this on the update. So let's copy this shit. Well, let's copy this, I guess. Can make this async just in case. Don't need this. Update resource counters. Don't need this. Don't need this. So here we can do item, sure. Let's do bugged item boss. So let's do that. And then yeah. So let's see. So if it's bugged item. What is this? Depression, brother. We're gonna do choose bugged item string. Drop this here, and then let's see. So this still happens the same. Sure. So I need to select some. Let's check this. So this is upgrade option. We're gonna do set bugged item option. So we're gonna do item SO, and we're gonna do evolution SO. Current evolution. We're gonna add this. Then we add module image outline. Let's do header, evolution stuff. We're gonna do this, and then we're also gonna get these. This is gonna be evolution image, evolution outline image. Okay. Okay, and I think that's mostly gonna be it. And on Hoover info, I'm gonna do if that's about it. Can also do private boss level. And then here can also pass in the boss level. And we can do boss level equals level. And then here we can do this. Actually, we can just do this. Boss level dot boss level concluded. Right. I guess we do this here. Okay. Now I just need to set up for this to be possible, and I can kind of add more stuff to the upgrade chooser. So let's find this. Okay. Magazine UI, sure. Let's just open you up and edit you here. So I can just add another one. No. How do we go about this? Okay, let's just see first. Let's just get an item and see how that whole thing looks like. I can kind of try to edit it in game and then see how that feels. Don't I have a way to gain scrap in this game? Well, I guess I can just do it here. Boom. Okay. So choose an item. We are just spawning these in, which are positioned strangely, to say the least. Well, I could have just another one, right? And this one could be outline evolution. And we would just kind of, let's say, drop this in and put it just a little lower, right? Should I do like a, if I do another image, right? Okay, what if I do it here then? Color this in something maybe? Maybe just in this. Boop. This could be a thing, right? Like it could obviously look a little bit better, but still. What if I put this whole thing below? Then I can put this here, right? Looks kind of good. Looks kind of good. And then I can make this animate on enable. And just do a little bit of A little bit of movement. Probably gonna look terrible though. So we need an empty parent for this. Then we can copy this and remove it and paste it right here. Oh, okay. That's good, I think. Okay, so let's copy this and let's do the upgrade option. Okay. And now on the upgrade option, we also need this. This is going to be the evolution container. And then here we would do evolutions container dot set active dot game object dot set active to true. There we go. And then I also need to do on hover info. I need to have another one, which is going to be on hover info evolution. And we just do current evolution. Just drop this in. Don't need this. And we do this. And I think these two kind of need to be interlinked. So like this button and this button. Wait. Why doesn't this look like it has the shake thing on it? Okay, let's just see if this is even updated now. Like, does it show that one? Boom. Yeah, this is something's wrong here. Let's inspect. So, options container. Well, that's dumb. Upgrade option item. Okay. Okay, let's do this here. And then when we do this image enabled, we want to do the same for this one. Image. There we go. And then here, right? And then same goes for this one. We want to also do the same on this outline. We're going to do image.enabled false, and here we're going to do image.enabled true. Good. So it kind of shines both of them. But on the evolution button, we don't want to do button hover. Yeah, on hover info, and here we want to do on hover. Let's save this so we can set it up. And let's do upgrade option on hover info evolution. And then I guess this is disabled by default, and we're gonna drop the evolutions container in, and the outline image and the image, I think. Okay. And I think I think that that's pretty much it. And then, I mean, so when we set upgrades, we're gonna do like all of this is not even used, just this, delete the whole thing, but there we go. So I want to have okay, I want to do basically the same thing as I do on the on here, right? Handle evolutions. So we want to get just the boss level ones. Add boss modifier. Yeah. So let's do this. Just kind of copy this whole thing. I'm gonna drop it here. And then let's do this. And then we're gonna do possible modifiers. So we're gonna do another, and I'm doing a list. Yeah, let's just do this. And do this. Available evolutions equals new list. And then here, instead of that, we're gonna do this, dot add. Wait, this is using a random dot range. Nah. Yeah, we don't want this to be random. Let's do system.random my RNG, right, and then on start setup if it's not checking menu. Right. So let's just do my RNG equals random seed manager dot instance dot new random from modifier and current room, and the modifier is going to be modifier manager. So let's do evolutions manager. And then instead of the random, we're gonna do this dot next, and same goes for you. Okay, so now we can do the same thing in the upgrade chooser, but don't I? Yeah, I already do that, so that's fine. So instead of this, we're gonna do my RNG.next. Don't need these, so available evolutions dot add possible modifiers, and just add a random one. we're gonna do if possible modifiers.count is more than 2. No, it just has to be. Right, let's do while. Let's just do for int I equals 0 until I is less than 3. I plus plus. I need 3 available evolutions. And then here we do set bugged item option. So we drop oh, oops. So let's do another else if. We're gonna do bugged item boss. We're gonna instantiate it again. I mean anyway. Then set bugged item option. So first we need the item SO, which is fine. And then we need available evolutions I, which again needs to take this in. And oh, boss level. Right. Wait, is boss level an instance? It is. We can just do boss level dot instance. And I think that's about it. Let's check the boss level again. So here I just call this let's add the in-game string so I don't have to think about this later. Choose, select, no. What is the, okay, let's check it here then. Jesus. Might be UI or whatever, or menus rather. Let's see, so this is, yeah, menu table, okay. Let's do the menu then. Choose module, choose item, we're gonna do choose bugged item. Can I just maybe do these, and then we drop a C2, or is it C3? Where's my upgrade chooser? Plus. And then let's go here. So C2 is bug pink. Good. There we go. And we can copy this and we can go to Unity and we can pull the shit out of it. What's the time? It's 6:30. Good. There's lots of time to do shit. Still want to do a little bit of work before I get me some breakfast. So let's do string tables, menus, and let's pull it. Please work. Don't want to reset. Great. Can go to the choose upgrade chooser and drop this in. Boom. And okay, let's just do that here then. Let's do this, go here, and boom. Okay, that's done. What else? I think that's about it, right? I'm thinking if I've missed something. Well, let's just say I didn't and try to see if it works. We're gonna continue. And then we're gonna do load next boss, which is the first mini boss. We're gonna kill it and see if it works. Oh shit, I don't have invincibility on. Choose a bugged item. Doesn't look too bad actually. No, this particular thing. So can I make this a little bit bigger? Just like 90. No. That's how I want to play it. So 90, and then this should go a little bit lower. 90 minus 22, and I think this should just be disabled. 90 and minus 22. Okay, let's do that. Boom. So you. 90. Right, and then this minus 22. And then another thing that I need to do that I haven't done before is make these items that you get bugged, right? So how do you do that in here? How do you present a bugged option, right? Set option. Set bugged option. So when we do on Hoover info is bugged, yeah. So we're gonna do, let's just drop a private private bool is bugged item. and this equals to false. Right, and then if we do this, we're gonna do this equals true. And then I also want to be consistent and kind of do the same with this check. And we're gonna do boss level dot instance. Right, and I don't need to set it here, because that's just a little dumb. So I don't need you. And then what I do need though is when we hover on info, we're gonna pass in the isBugged item, right? And then when we get the item, we also drop in this. And I think that's just it. Now I just need to not do this, because I don't need to. And let's see if it works. Right, I can also do that. So in the enemy modifiers, blah, 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 blah. I don't think I need to give you the new evolution here, right? I just need to raise the shit. Add boss modifier. So this is for hard levels. Add boss modifier. So let's for now just do this. Not just possible modifiers, dot clear. To do this differently, but for now it works, so it doesn't give you another evolution after the mini boss fight. Okay, I think that's all I need to do to kind of just make it work. Later on I can refactor this to be a little bit more clean, and that's about it. Let's continue. And we're just gonna kill the boss here, so we don't have to fight all of the little dudes. Boom. Yeah, so these are not, I mean, they are bugged, they just don't have the bugged outline because I'm using a different thing. Projectiles and modules drop rate, hitting an enemy, sure. So let's, for instance, wait, that's strange, no? Oh, I see, yeah. Bonk. So now I have this evolution, right? Yes. And I have this, and I also, when I move on to the next room, it should just give me the power spike, but nothing else. Right. So that's good. One thing that I have to be careful though is not to offer the same thing twice. So we're gonna do here. Oh, wait. Oh, right. But we need to also, when we do this, I also need to possible modifiers dot remove. I'll remove this one. Right. So we don't repeat the same thing. Okay. I mean, that's pretty spicy, no? The thing could, of course, be a lot more grandiose, right, in terms of how it's presented. But for now, it just needs to work. Let's do quick start. Let's load the next boss. Let's kill it. Okay. And this still looks or works normally, which is good as well. Ooh. Yeah, these hurt like a... Well, they hurt. I mean, they don't hurt, they're just really big. And they kind of hurt, they hurt more than bullets, or equally as much. This guy can just kind of be bullied. Well, until the health is too big. Oh shit. Let's see if the drill works. And they've definitely figured out how to flood in. Oh, that works. You know, the big melee attacks with this are pretty crazy. But obviously, like at this stage of the game, the health would be too high for me to be able to do this properly. Okay. I think that's good enough. Okay, done this. Done this. So we can write this as a new thing. So all items now have bug variants, which are usually twice as strong, but you only get them after a mini boss fight together with an elite enemy evolution. Good. Together with the change above, a bunch of items got small adjustments. Okay. So that's pretty much it. Another thing, I just want to kind of remove this craft icon. It looks not that good. And yeah, we can move on to the next thing. Bugged items could also have the bug visual. Yeah, this is visual stuff again, and I kind of have to put this right next to this because I think I want to make my custom glitch shader thing so I can control these things really well. Not have this be a bunch of weird do tween calls and whatever. I just want to apply the shader to the thing and just glitch, right? Just maybe set the amount of how much it should glitch, but that's it. I don't want to control stuff so complexly, right? I just want to either be on and off and just have some slider for the amount and just kind of have it consistent through the game so I don't have to always make it from scratch. So yeah, that's about it. Okay, let's try to do this just to get some stuff off of this to-do list. So we can close all to the right, and then we're gonna do conditions. No. Where does this happen? Wait, why is this here? Power level. This just happens, everything just happens here. Okay. So I need this needs to be up here then. Yeah, power booster. I could have it be, I could, you know, it could have more of them. Right, this isn't even this. This happens here. Get module abilities. Do we do conditions here then? Give condition. Remove all where. Wait, remove the item if it's not unlocked. Well, we can do if power. Let's do this. If the okay, if this isn't less than -5, or we can do int condition power equals this. So let's do this, and then if condition power is if it's more than -5. Wait, let me check the conditions a little bit. Items. Module abilities, yeah. So shockwave activation. Oh, it gives quite a high power, eh? So, okay, so then we do ability tier rather. So ability or condition tier. We're gonna do this dot ability tier. And then if ability tier is less than 4, sorry, this, check if you can add another one. You know, this, and we can just do the check here, and if random, no, if RNG to use dot next float between 0 and 1 is more than, let's do like a 20% chance it gets another, let's just do a 10% chance it gets another one, right? So here we can do So first off, we would do possible conditions dot remove. And we can just do this here. We can remove this one first. So remove the already chosen ability. Well, actually, you don't even need to do this because it's gonna get removed automatically. Or is it? No, it's not gonna get removed automatically. So what I want to do now is remove all conditions with tiers that are too high. The combined tier can only be, what if it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 4 plus 0. Yeah, that doesn't work. The combined tier can only be 5 if you add 1 to each. So from 1 to 5. So then we remove, so if tier is less than 4, we remove, okay, so how do I decide? So if tier is 1, I have to, or let's say if tier is 0, I have to remove nothing, right? If tier is 1, I have to remove all tier 4s. If there is 2, I have to remove 3 and 4. With 3, I have to remove 2, 3, and 4. And if it's 4, wait, if it's 0, remove nothing. 1, remove 4. 2, remove 3 and 4. 3, remove 2, 3, 4. And 4, remove, wait, does that make sense? No, here we already removed the 4. Yeah, that's what I'm getting confused about. Right, this one doesn't happen because we already go out of it. So basically what I need to do is go okay, we do this, remove all, if item, we're going to do item ability tier is more than whatever, right? But we don't do this. Instead, so what if I do 5 minus this? It equals 5. No, 4 minus, right? And then here I do 4 minus, it's 3. 4 minus is 2. And 4 minus 3 is 1. And then I just remove all that the tiers are. So we remove all where the tier is bigger than 4 minus condition tier. Where 4 or is equal. So at 0 we remove just 4. At 1 we get 3 minus 1, or 4 minus 1 is 3. We remove 3 and 4 because they're bigger. Yeah, I think that's it. And then we do this. If chosen abilities.count is more than 0, we do this. Chosen abilities There we go. So that should work. We'll see if it works, but let's just add modules can now have multiple conditions on them. And also this needs to now, of course, increase the power as well. So power, we do the first thing, right? There we go. So that's done. Could they have 3? Shit, they could, right? Fuck. They could have 5, right? It could just be, let's say, you know, we could have all of the different ones. So we can do while with condition tier I guess we can do while condition tier is less than 4. So we do this essentially, while condition tier is less than 4 and we got a good RNG, good RNG. We do the same thing, but we also do the condition tier. We're also gonna add it here, right? So we remove all of that shit. So here we also do else break, right? Can do this a little cleaner and then just do this. And then if this is equal to 0, we break. So while conditional tier is less than 4, let's rename this to combined conditions tier. And while it's less than 4, okay, let's do this plus 1. And while it's less than 5, right? So, like for instance, if this is 0, it needs to be 1, so we know that there's something there. So then we remove all of them that are, so 5 minus conditional tier, which is now 1 higher, so this still checks out. And then at the end we just do combined conditions tier plus equals, well, this dot tier. But this needs to not do 1, it needs to do combined chosen abilities dot count minus 1. Needs to always use the right one or it's not gonna work. Or the last one rather. Now let's just make this like super common and see what it spits out. So now it's usually gonna spit out a lot of conditions, right? Can I also make this, since we're here, so this is gonna speed up the process a lot. Just drop the modules, right? Okay, let's see if this works. So now I've made the chances really, really high. Sure. Oh. Oh. Right, because I know why. Because this needs to +1, right? Yeah, because otherwise it never goes below the thing. Ba-da-doo-doo-doo. So now essentially a condition could have 5, or a module could have 5 conditions. And I think I mean, let's see, you know, this one has ability power 5 and this one has 20. So getting 5 small conditions is actually stronger, right? So it now needs a bullet, a laser, and 2 shockwaves, right? Let's see if that checks out. So this works normally. So I need a bullet, a laser, and 2 shockwaves. Which is gonna be hard to equip because it doesn't have enough space. So let's try to get a big module. Nope. Try to get another one. Okay, try to get another one. Try to get a couple of them. Can I get some sideways teeth up in here? Holy shit. Oh wait, I could just do this. Boom, now I have 4 attachments. So, bullet. It's not enough? Huh. Oh, that might actually be 3. Wait, shit. Undo. Do this. And then combine the thing together into 1. So now, oops, but I need one more of these. There we go, it does work. Now, why is this having issues though? Bullet info not found, really? Really? Oh. Yeah. Bullet info not found. Really? The keyword, oh, I see. So these are now, yeah, no, fine. Okay, let's go to the next room so this saves, and then I'm gonna pause and just change the text. Okay. So let's do, let's go here. Let's do the thing, module abilities. We're gonna do find bullet info. We're gonna do bullet. Well, all sheets. Right. Same goes for shell info. Shell. And then mortar info. Mortar. And then shockwave info. Shockwave, replace all. And finally, laser info. With a laser. Done. And let's go back to Unity, pull the changes, dialog texts, no, string tables, module abilities, and let's pull it and see if this works. So continue. Where did you still find the bullet info thing? Like this is bullet. Activation bullet, link, bullet. Okay, this is number 104. This is, I need my module abilities table. Let's go down to, oh, right, not 104, it's 54. Bullet activation, it says it has bullet as the link. So where are you finding, we're trying to find the bullet info thing. But why are you trying to show it though? Okay, what if I go, like I imagine projectile, no, let's do module. Like this works. So where is this problem arising from? Clear this. Bullet. Bullet. Where are you trying to like toggle additional info? Sure. And then here. Okay, let's do this then. And attach it. And then bullet info is the first thing. So where do you link, extract link from what? From object description, which is needs at least. Wait, but this is outdated. I've changed this. So where are you still finding this bullet info link? Needs at least what am I missing here then? Bullet activation 1. Yeah. Excuse me. This is just wrong. Module abilities. Bullet activation. Bullet activation 1. It says English needs at least bullet. There's no bullet info on this. Okay, maybe, what if I try to just restart Unity, because maybe there's some weird memory issue that it has saved like the previous stuff, maybe? Let's close this. Because yeah, I don't know where he's finding the bullet info from, because I've removed it. So let's check it again. Boom. There we go. It was just some sort of an issue. 90% chance to spawn shrubbery. Okay. Good. What about this? One mortar, 2 times laser, 2 times shell. Might kind of remove these from appearing though, you know, just ignore these links. You know, like we get what this is, right? Maybe it's fine here, you know. Let's see if I can do that. So can I do what if I just do if link dot compare to, it's like a string, bullet, no, okay, and let's just do a comparison thing. If it doesn't equal bullet and doesn't equal shell, and mortar and shock wave and laser. I don't want, like, it's kind of an annoying amount of info on the info panel for something that's not really relevant. Like, people know what that is, right? You don't have to be handheld, I think, that much, hopefully. But then if it's this, it still shows, right? What about these? Yeah, this is fine because it's not so much crap, right? But this definitely shouldn't show what that is, right? It should just show these like that. Good. So let's do visual. Extra info panel no longer displays the info for projectile type. Unless it's of extra info panel no longer displays the info for projectile types. Extra info panel now only displays the info for projectile type. Extra info panel now only displays the info for projectile type on the project when inspecting the projectile alone. So extra info panel now only displays the info for projectile type when inspecting the projectile itself. Okay, I think a nice kind of decluttering change, right? Now I also need to make this not be so common. That's good. So here, this needs to be back here and this needs to be back here. So there's like a small chance, like a 10% chance that it gets 2 of them, and then a 1% chance that it gets 3 of them, right? And then 1 in 1,000 that it gets 4 of them, and 1 in 10,000 that it gets 5 of them, right? Along with, you know, just randoming exactly those. So I think that's good, because I don't want these to be too frequent. Like 1 in 10 for conditionals to have 2 conditions, I think that's cool, but no more than that. Anyway, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break because I need to go to the toilet, and I'm also gonna grab me some breakfast. And yeah, I'm gonna continue after that. I don't know, wait, what I'm gonna do then? Well, this is done. Did I write that in the changelog? Yes. So yeah, then we can kind of check some of these things. Maybe I'm just gonna do the XP pop-up so I can get rid of these things. Then hint texts, I don't know about this one. This might just be like polish, right? Big props for biome 1. Yeah, this is kind of, I kind of have to think about this one, like what this could be, right? Boss level, make the game a bit slower. I think this is kind of done. I just need to, yeah, test the balance. You know what, let's undo. But also make the amount of enemies increase a bit slower. Because I think the amount of enemies, like after the second boss, gets kind of insane. So maybe that needs to be handled. So let's also write this as a separate hit. Check the amount of enemies spawning after the second mini boss. And I think it gets a little bit too crazy, especially with the modifiers, right? So I need to kind of keep that in mind. And then, you know, the problem is you kind of need a ton of shit, right? It would be better if enemies were just stronger and you have, you know, just a little bit of a better, you know, better tools to deal with them. I think having them spawn like, you know, full screen of them, I think it's, you know, it's definitely a thing that can happen, but more so like with the right amount, with the right modifiers, and maybe later in the game, or like with looping or stuff, but not in the base kind of game, right? So yeah, anyway, that's it for now. I'm gonna be right back after breakfast. Cheers. Boom! No longer having breakfast. Breakfast has gone down the drain, and we continue forward. So let's check, let's check how many enemies spawn. Jesus Christ, my cat destroyed my hand. Let's check how many enemies spawn like after the first boss, for instance. All right, let's go next room. We're also gonna do some of this. No, we're gonna do some of this. Nothing too crazy, essentially, is what I'm seeing. Okay, fine. Like I killed them, right? I would basically have full HP. So that's okay. But it seems like after this second boss, the amount of enemies just kind of skyrockets. Let's try do this, but maybe that's also because of the you know, the amount of enemies here is a little high, and then combine that with modifiers. Yeah, no, it's just a little much, right? And this is without modifiers. There's like a lot of shit that spawns. And look at the amount of crap. This AoE laser is great. Yeah, because then the modifiers can't be that insane if there's so many enemies. So let's kind of reduce the amount of that, right? Let's do wave level. And also, like, the mini bosses are kind of like, you know, a pause. Not as bad as when the second stage after the first boss spawned. Yeah, yeah, definitely had some situations. But it's just too many, right? Because, like, I want modifiers to kind of be the biggest kind of difficulty spike, right? And if you get a modifier that makes all of the little critters spawn in pairs, it doesn't just immediately fill up the whole room, right? I want that to be part of the power spike, or like the difficulty spike, right? So let's do wave level. And let's see how this shit is calculated. So I calculate this with current dungeon progression, which is not ideal. But let's see, I might have changed this later on. So spawn enemies. Oh. Really? So, okay, so riddle me this. What if I start a mission with, screw you, with just one boss? Does it scale equally fast? Because that's not good. This seems it all scales with current dungeon progression, which is not what this should be. Ugh, I have to talk to everybody. Can I jump through here? Oh, I don't have the dash yet. Okay. Blah blah blah. Wait, why don't I have the dash? Oh right, because I skipped stuff. Blah blah blah. And then you. Thank you. And then we can go to Mr. Pilot Man. Let's start biome 1 and let's see how fast stuff happens here. Because if I understand this correctly, this should kind of increase in the same kind of speed, which is not good. So let's see how many there's here. Oh my lord, that's a lot of enemies. And that had nothing to do with this, it was just a lot of enemies. Yeah, definitely a lot goes according to luck, essentially like what spawns. I think the blockers just need a bigger power scale now as well, because they're a lot harder to play against. Yeah, I think it needs to be handled a little smarter, like with a, not just, you know, linearly, it needs to be some sort of a curve. I think in the beginning, it needs to maybe spike up a little bit from the first room. Like first room should be extremely simple, right? But then it can spike up a little bit in the first couple of rooms, but then it should also stop spiking up too much. But yeah, this is still like a really non-threatening amount of them. But we're at this is getting kind of a lot, considering this is the first difficulty, which should be, you know, fairly simple. Okay. Let's kill them. So where are we? We're like over the middle. This should already be huge. Sure. That's kind of spicy, especially with the, you know, we're getting into the territory of already being too much crap. Because like if this is without modifiers, right, so it just shouldn't be this much. It should be way more, kind of, the difficulty should be handled way more with the, how do you call it? With the modifiers, right? This is kind of a little bit too fast. Ew. Ah yes, let's do that. Oh my lord. Well, that thing's insane. Still seems like it's giving me similar things in rooms, which is kind of cool, not gonna lie. Like, it kind of makes sense in terms of the game's world. So this is an event, which is unfortunate. Boom. Let's bug you. Why not? Ooh. Ooh. Wait. Oh. Oh, 0 damage to chargers. Oh, yo. That's bad. What if there was a hard cap for enemies to spawn? Wait. To spawn at some point, and instead of just increasing how many new enemy evolutions happened, just spawning more strong. Wait. What if there was a hard cap for enemies at some point, and instead just increase how many new enemies? Yeah, that's definitely, I think, like a looping game solution, right? But this base game, like for the first kind of 3 levels, or like not 3 levels, but like for the first 3 floors, which is going to be basically what the game is considering a full-fleshed experience of like one run. I think that needs to be, you know, kind of normal and a nice little gradual increase in difficulty. But like the problem is it increases with difficulty just with the amount of enemies now and the health scaling. But then you put the evolutions on top of it and it's just a little bit too crazy, right? So I really need to just reduce the amount of these guys that spawn. So wait, so does this 0 damage to them? Oh shit! Right, I forgot about this item. This item might be a little bit, a little much, right? I mean, you would obviously already die at this point if you would use it like this, but still. Whoop! Okay. Perfectly balanced, yeah. Absolutely. Okay, let's do the thing. Let's complete these so it doesn't bother me later. Hello. Thank you. And we're also going to limit the levels of these guys to 5, and then we're just going to kind of operate around, like in the confines of that. Okay, so yeah, first of all, why is this shit being handled here? Because I need this. Sure. Yeah, like this should just, first of all, this should just use progression modified with mission difficulty, right? So this is now gonna happen essentially as fast as it happens in the level 3 mission, right? So same goes here. Like this, these are both just pure ass. Like, oh, what is this? You know, what even is this? Yeah, this needs to kind of be reworked. It's just weird. Number of enemies plus equals waves dot count. Sure. Well, this is just all pure ass. I need to Okay, when we generate waves, get current dungeon progression. There you go again. Let's do with mission difficulty. Oh, I multiplied with mission difficulty here. Yeah, bye. Wait, what am I doing here? Like, this seems just not good. Don't need this. So this now just handles the difficulty on its own. And then number of waves, which is 1. This just returns 1 as well. We get an enemy wave. Sure. What does this do? Current. Like, I kind of have, like, this should already do the trick, right? Whatever I'm doing here just shouldn't happen. So I'll just delete this part because this is just some old crapoli ravioli. Let's leave this actually, because it might still be used at some point. Will it? No, it won't. This is really old. This is definitely not going to be used. Current realm, actually, it might. So here we just kind of, how do we, current difficulty equals 0. And then while current difficulty is less than wave difficulty. So how do I do how do I set the selected enemies? I add biome main enemies, which is on the biome info. Current room, just based on the current room. We would have this progression also be a little slower, like how soon new enemies are introduced. So what if we do until it's less than 1 and then plus, and we're gonna clamp, what am I clamping? +1 between 0. Oh, right, no, this is fine. We clamp it. Biome main enemies dot can, right, yeah. So yeah, we do, okay. I understand the logic now. So 1 plus, and then we're gonna drop this thing in. We're gonna multiply this by 0.5. I think this really should just use the progression. So we can do dungeon. Yeah, where do I find this? Riddle me that. This, I just want this. So this is going to be up to 0.33, which is not a lot. Yeah, this again should be some sort of a curve, essentially. Like this would need to be multiplied by 4 or something. So, actually more, right? Maybe 8. So, 0.33 times 8. Okay, what's 1 divided by 8? It's 125. So that means that per each 0.25, right? But this needs to just be between 1 and enemies count. So for every this amount of dungeon progressed, we would add an enemy. Is that like how am I imagining that correctly? So that means if I have 4 different enemies, I would need to get times 3 up to here, which is just at the beginning of, like after the first boss. That might not actually be bad. Let's see how this looks. And then yeah, we don't need to do this then. Okay, let's try to play a run and see what I changed, because this is definitely going to be way different now. Probably way less, probably too less, right? Probably just too little. So I might have to kind of add a base value first. Hello, Mr. General. Finish. Okay. Let's again start a level 1 mission. Huh. Okay, what did I miss? This seems like an infinite loop. So I'll just force quit. I'm gonna check what I missed. Probably when generating a wave, I would imagine. No. Well, it still could be. So enemy wave, I do have a while thing here. So current difficulty. Huh. Well, at least this should be logged, if this was the issue. It didn't seem like it was a random crash. It seemed like it actually had an issue. Yeah, let's just try to run it again and see. I'm gonna do a quick start and see what this does. And there definitely needs to be some sort of an open loop that I'm missing. Hey man, how's it going? So this shouldn't be a thing, or a problem, rather. Here I do have, what is this? If this is less than selected enemy spawn chance. Uh-huh. Oh, I quit the wrong thing. Well, I'm already past my breakfast, so we're back to the long part of the stream, most likely. Okay. Does it log any errors? No. It just crashes. Okay. I'm gonna do this just in case. Oh, also. Oh, no. Never mind. Okay, what did I do? Hmm. Oh, wait. No, yeah, this is where it happens. Oh! Son of a bitch. There we go. Found where the problem is. Athletic prowess on at the maximum. I need to have like a better place where I can throw this, and with my primary hand would be better, right? I'm a lefty, kind of good with the right hand though. Maybe better. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's do play normally. Normally. This guy wants to talk. Thank you. And let's start a mission level 1. Oh, there's a shit ton of enemies. Yeah, maybe the mission difficulty is just kind of big now. We'll just go to a normal room. Okay, I'll just load the next room a couple of times. See how far this goes. Well, this is a hard room, so this is gonna be insane probably. Not that crazy. We still just have the basic 2 enemies. Which I think is not a good change. Okay. Just playing at this point. We're at room 1. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. We should definitely already get the thing here. Okay, so now a new enemy appears. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see how the second to last level looks like. It's gonna be a low detail mode for bad computers. Yeah, I definitely want to add some settings for you to just disable stuff, right? Like, oftentimes it's just spawning a little too much, how do you say? Oh, a nest crawler. Hello. It's just spawning too much crap in terms of like effects as well. So those could definitely be reduced, you know. Yeah, I don't know. In my experience, disabling damage numbers can help a bit. Ah, there you go. Yeah, definitely the damage numbers is on the list of stuff that you can disable, right? But also like the fidelity of like, you know, smoke effects and stuff like that. Maybe the movement of shrubbery, which is like completely unnecessary. So like if you check when you move through the bushes, they move a little bit, right? You disable that. I think it's a lot of calls for these things. Yeah. Yeah, so they're, you know, they're a mini boss for a reason. I kind of didn't want to make bosses turbo challenging, but also, yeah, right now, this is another one of those kind of discrepancies, right? It kind of, the game just scales insanely in terms of normal enemies, but then boss fights are just kind of just kind of a like an off time, right? I think they might have to be a bit more of a damage sponge, just a little bit, right? So they can survive attacking you a couple of times, right? Okay, so what if I go on... No, yeah, sure, right? If you have a really strong boss killing shit, absolutely, right? Why not kill the mini boss really quickly? That's perfectly fine. But also that, like, right now it's pretty consistent that you can just go up to the boss and kill it, or the mini boss at least, and kill it before it's before you know, even attacks once. Yeah, these are all mini bosses, right? So there's just one boss in the game currently. So these are supposed to be just like a challenge, right? Which right now they really are not, unless you're not careful, they just kind of kill you. But yeah, they're just like a big enemy now. It's like, it's nothing special, you can just destroy it really quickly. You know, this is just way too much shit, way too fast. But it does seem like the speed at which these spawn is the same, which is good. And also these need to have a higher difficulty rating, I think that might help it. Still think they should be a little harder because they're on the end. Expecting hard battle, but you don't even need to try. Yeah, no, exactly, right? They're a little too weak right now. Still just these. How far have we gotten? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then now, I guess it will start spawning the shooters, but that's like way too late. Yeah, that's not good. And it's, again, it's just so much crap. Ooh. Hello. Oh, I just want to try this. Oh, that's good. Okay, anyway. The problem is, so if I go to the next boss, this is gonna kind of start to get a little crazy, no? Hello. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is the new thing that I've done today. Is now you can actually get these... oh, this should have an off hover effect as well. Oops. So these have a... this now happens after every mini-boss, right? You get a bugged item. I think you were here yesterday, right? You saw that I made all of the items have a bugged version. But yeah, now you get, you know, let's say I pick this one, I also get this evolution on top of it, right? Okay, so let's see how many enemies we're talking now. Boom. So that would be nice to find. And now these start to spawn, which feels fine. Why are you so chunky, man? I don't know which version it changed, but you can no longer dash through walls. Was unable to play after a few months and just noticed. Yeah, so I just changed this, basically just this version that you're trying now. Because while it was really strong, and I'm still gonna add an item that's gonna give you this ability, right? So it's gonna be like an upgrade to this, how do you say, to the dash, right? So you'll be able to jump across stuff. But yeah, by default it's gonna be disabled, and I plan to basically not make enemies or to kind of make the game around the fact that you can no longer jump through walls, because you could kind of mitigate a lot of the difficulty, especially from like the swarming enemies, right? You could just kind of lure them and then jump through, through the wall, and you're gonna be fine. Which I think, because of that, I needed to make the game a lot harder by default. Yeah, sure. Ooh, it got a queen. That's pretty spicy. Yeah, that's nice. I need another bullet. Just one more. It was one of my favorite features of this game's dash, but it isn't gone. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be in the game, just not by default, right? Because it was a little too insane. Ooh, bullet. Boom. Nice. We have splitting fire bullets now. That's gonna be nice. think enemies shouldn't be resistant to fire in terms of shield. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, I would like to have these rather. Oh, yuck. Build up. Ew. Well, we can have a little bit of laser here and there. Okay, let's also disable the invincibility and just kind of see how we do. I really kind of, you know, getting into a corner was like prime strategy before the dash. I mean, before when you could dash through the walls, right? You just get in the corner and then get out, right? Like, no, you don't want to get in the corner, right? That's a terrible move. Bonk. Hello. Is there a worm up there? Oh my lord. There's a worm there. Oh my god. Holy shit. Does this say hard room? No. Wait, this is level... It is a level 3. Oh shit, okay. Range and AoE, and they're bad versus critters. I mean, yeah, that's not too bad, to be honest. Better than this shit. Wait, but I do have this. I should really utilize mortars if I can. What does this do? Minus 10% damage? No, this one is fine. What about this one? Maybe we can do this. Fix the corner meta by having bugs near the wall. If the player spends too much time next to a wall, some lava can spawn. Yeah, that could also be a thing. Bonk. Oh no, there's that guy again. I'll just kind of clear a little bit and then get this one. Did I get him? You shit. Now I got him. Bonk. That seems pretty good. Boom. Oh, that's not that bad. Like, I do have this thing going on. Well, this thing doesn't do shit though. So it just gives a little bit more pierce, which, I mean, nah, let's do this. This is pretty good. Do I have some healing? I do. Thank you. Okay. Wait, just harder? Oh no. What do we got? Oh yeah, sure. GG, probably. Why does there have to be two of them? You little shit. Yeah. Yeah, the... Okay, it already closes. Yeah, that's not good. The nest crawlers really messed me up. As always. Oh, I did enable the dash in the headquarters now, though, so you can do that. Yeah, so the amount of enemies still seems a little high. What is this? Oh, that's interesting. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. That's funny. Yeah, that's a cool effect. Utilizing that thing. Dash next to the acid pool, you can get stuck at several points. Really? Yeah, so the problem is I need to, okay, let's do that. No, yeah, no, here. Ba-ba-da-da-da-ba. Need to have these conversations to unlock the dash. Let's see. Huh. Like this. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I see. Yeah, so I think this should be easily fixable. Let me just check to make sure. So pool. Let's do this. Like these things should just be walls, and then it still works normally, and I can't dash through them, right? Yeah, so let's do that. Real quick, thanks for noticing. So these things we said are gonna be walls. There you go. Can write that into the change logs. Fix the issue that made it possible to get stuck around the pool in the lab if you dashed into it. Ish. Think it could be a funny Easter egg. not really a problem. Yeah, I know, but like we're gonna try to do something a little more interesting because I do want to add some like Easter eggs in the game. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be fine if it's if you could just dash through it, right? We'll leave it for now. So yeah, amount of enemies. Okay, let's do a quick start. And let's go to like after the second boss, or after the second mini boss. This, and load another one, and then load the next room. There's a reasonable amount of them. Okay, I know what I wanted to change as well, so so yeah, here I think I just want to do we just do this. Yeah, this is not going to make any change. Let's do it like this. And then when we set the difficulty, which happens here. So basically we increase it by a half until the end based on the progression of the mission. Which, yeah, seems pretty reasonable actually, just maybe the base amount needs to be lower. What if we try like this? Let's say just altogether a lot lower. And then for hard levels, maybe we just do like 0.25 because you already have the additional modifier. You know what? I don't think I even want to do this, right? You just get no, it could be a little bit more enemies. In the settings menu, the scrolling is very slow. Yeah, this is something that I don't understand, how exactly it works. Both are fine. Like if you want to tell it to me straight here, that's also okay. I do prefer to have them on Discord so I don't like forget them. but it's fine here as well. Like I can just write myself. Yeah, because like you see, when I use the scroll, it's extremely fast, and I don't have like a particularly fast scroll. So I need to just check this with a different mouse. I'm gonna add this to bugs. So we're gonna do scroll in menus feels really slow for most players. Or let's do some, because I don't actually know how many are experiencing this. Right, so let's see how this feels now. Did I save it? I did. So let's just do quick start again. Oh, okay, this is not good. Let's do... Wait, how did this work? I guess here I really need to floor to int, so it doesn't round it up. Yeah, I think that's fine. So this is room 1. Still a pretty big amount of enemies, not gonna lie. But like it's just these basic little dudes, so it doesn't matter. What does this give? Nothing. Nice. Pretty cool. Let's go to room number 2. Okay, that's a lot of them. So let's try to do prefabs, enemies. We're gonna do blocker enemy, blocker. Yeah, why is your power float 1? No wonder so many of you spawn. Like your power float is 7, your is 7, and yours is 6. So we're gonna maybe reduce these two. Wait. 7 and 7. So where is it? Right, it's not the same thing. So let's change this to 6 and this one to 6. And then the blocker to 5. I think blocker... No, you know what? They're kind of the same thing, you know? They're kind of the same thing, equally bad. And would I rather find one of these or 6 of the little dudes? Let's make this smaller, actually. You know what? Let's not. Let's keep all of these at 7. And make the blocker 7 as well. And then let's make the critter 2. Let's see how this looks. Let's just kill me, and I'm gonna restart with the same seed. Yeah, so that seems like a lot more of an appropriate amount of enemies. Right. That feels a lot better. Okay, do I have some healing? No. What do we say to the god of death? Yes, today. Wait, what did you say? I hate how I started making my game. I'm trying to fix a few things every day, but I think I'll never be able to fix Game Manager. It has so many random variables that are used in other scripts. 1,000+ lines of code. If you could somehow break it down, make code so much more organized. Yeah, this is the same issue I had with my previous game with NecroBouncer. I also had the Game Manager that had everything on it, like it was so convoluted. But now, if I show you my Game Manager, this is the whole thing. Boom, done. That's all it has. It has the states for the game, you change them, and that's it. But like you just have to make a game with a big ass game manager, right? To understand how bad it is, right? Like I have, you just basically split the thing up, right? I also didn't know how easy it is to use singletons or static instances. So I just, if everything needs to be accessed by many things, I just make it a static instance and boom. Oh shit. Oops. That's why you have down the button. Yeah, no, it's the best. Where are the enemies? What went wrong? Huh. What went wrong here? Wait, what happened? Wave level 154. what did I do? So here's also a tip, what you can do. You can make yourself this, right? Which for me is just a static instance.cs. And I have created all of these classes, right? So one is static instance, this is the most basic one. Then you have a singleton, which is kind of an upgrade of it because there can only be one. I don't really use one or the other differently. Basically all of them that I use are singletons essentially. And then you can have a persistent singleton, which, you know, makes basically each of them just kind of adds the logic from before, right? So like singleton is inherited from static instance, and persistent singleton is inherited from singleton. And, you know, they just add a little bit more logic. And then whenever you have a class, instead of having to do all of these things there, right, you can just say, this is a game manager of type singleton, or inherits singleton of type game manager. And then if you have an awake method, right, like this already has an awake method that sets itself up, right? But if you want to have a kind of a custom awake method, you can still do an awake method. Just call base.awake first, right? And this needs to be override protected override void or something. What is it? Yeah, protected override void. So this overrides the void, the awake on the singleton, but I can still call it like this, right? So whenever you need a singleton or a static instance, you just do this. And I also have is it the systems? Yeah, so the only persistent singleton is the systems class, which just has this. And this is not even a thing anymore. And then basically everything that is a persistent singleton is under this systems umbrella. And it all just kind of, you know, it just kind of works. Okay, let's see if this still doesn't compute. I don't know why this would change it, but you know, sometimes, well, something worked. Bonk. Okay, so now I have this room. Oh my lord. I have this room, and I'm gonna try to add a couple of hard modifiers to it. So let's say this one. And So it's too late for that one and this one, right? It's still not particularly hard. Maybe like if you take too long, I could just do this, you know? Is there a plan for difficulty options? Yes, definitely. So I absolutely want to make it possible for people to kind of set the difficulty if they want to, you know, if they want to have the game be a little bit easier as well, right? I want to have that as like an accessibility option, right? So it's going to be an easy, medium, and hard probably, right? I'm going to balance the game around normal difficulty, I think. And then the easy and hard are just probably gonna just play around with the numbers on enemies a little bit, right? So just like giving them less health so you can kill them faster or slower, right? And then in the end game, there's gonna be modifiers that you can also apply to make the game harder, right? So that's gonna be basically New Game Plus stuff, where you can set up or set yourself modifiers that you know, increase the difficulty of the game and maybe gives you some additional unlocks or whatever, right? Are there gonna be cheat options like in Celeste? Yeah, I don't know. Haven't decided on cheats yet. I had some cheats in NecroBouncer. I don't even think I disabled them. I think they're still there, and they're like old classic. You know, type something into the game, right? I might have disabled them though. I don't remember. But yeah, I haven't decided on the cheats, on the cheat codes though. Yeah, I mean, we have this, this thing. Wait, where is it? Let me do it again. Why is this here again? Okay, let's just quit. I do have dev stuff, right? How did this get enabled here? That's insane. So I have this thing, right? With which you can just do basically anything, or anything relevant at least. So yeah, how to exactly make... One thing that I have in mind is, what if each room is timed, right? So you kind of have to go to the next one, right? Like when you get to a room, it becomes alerted, like the whole room is alerted. And if you take too long, you know, you get another wave, you get swarmed or whatever, right? That could still be a thing in the game. And then that would basically make it so that you need to really, like, you know, kill enemies as soon as possible. So like the game I guess it doesn't, yeah, I guess it punishes you for not going fast. I guess I should be thinking in a way of rewarding the player for, you know, clearing a dungeon really quickly. Right, so kind of a hidden, basically I could give it some sort of a progression to the player, power progression, that is kind of logged behind this, behind you clearing rooms fast. And then it seems like you're gaining, you know, you gain something for completing a room fast, but in the actuality, you really need to get that, and if you don't, you're gonna probably lose pretty soon. So it's like a hidden, you know, it looks like a buff, but it's actually, it's a necessity. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. But it's a little bit down the line. I'm just trying to kind of think right now about how to make the scaling, the difficulty scaling balanced. Because right now, when there's like not a lot of enemies, I can just kind of wait in the back and just shoot them slowly, right? So essentially the only way I get killed is if I'm impatient. So I'm thinking about, can I give the player some incentive to, you know, go in and really try to kill enemies as fast as possible, right? Really not kind of not stay around and just, you know, slowly kill enemies one by one. Doesn't work? Are you sure? It should. Wait, is it disabled in the build? Let me check. Dev tools. No, it's not disabled. It should. Oh, right. It's only in the game though. Like, you have to be here. You can't be in the headquarters or in the main menu. If that's the place where you're trying to do that, you have to be in the dungeon or in the cave or whatever. Got another bullet, that's good. He gets bounce and in fast, that's pretty good. That's actually really, really good. So yeah, just try to do it in the... I mean, maybe you are doing it here and it doesn't work. Like, that is possible. Holy shit, what is this? Probably better to just do this, to be honest. It is a lovely module. So what do we get? Dead enemy sentinel leaves behind eggs. That should be fine. Double shell for that's garbage. What about this? 1 bullet, I can do that. Oh shit, for swarm and AoE. Although I really like winged here. If only I had a little bit more space. Well, it is what it is. I can still, oh. I can still have this attached to this though, like that. So we still get all of these effects. Like for example, what are the odds of 1x1 module to have all 3 connections, if even possible? I think, I actually don't know. I think it should be possible. But it's a very low chance. Oh, I need to be careful, they have volatile critters in here. Bonk. Oh, this one is spawn. Hello. There you go. Sure. Let's see if we get some crits. Nope, nope. This is so good though. This is still gonna be really, really good, I think. I just need to get a bullet here. It's gonna get an AoE. I just need one little wincy bullet. Did you answer the message above? Yeah, I did. So essentially, I think it should be possible, but it's like highly unlikely, I think. Ew. That is really good. Enemies at full HP take half damage. I think that's fine. Am I willing to try this? Fuck it. Yeah, with Infest, it's fine. With Infest, it's definitely fine. Oh, the hatchlings are bullets. That's pretty cool. Oh, sorry. How do you generate those connections? Oh, sorry, yeah. What are the odds for them to be there? So, to be honest, I don't exactly remember. There's like, basically it checks the size of the module, right? And then it kind of sets an upper limit based on that size. But like, what is the upper limit of these possible connections? And then it's sort of kind of randomed on a curve, so it's skewed towards having one connection, and then it's a lower chance to have 0 or more than 1, right? Kind of lower and lower the higher it goes. Ooh. Oh, bullet. Good. Enable this shit. This is trash, so we're just gonna replace it with this. So this is gonna be pretty spicy now. Oh yeah, this is pretty spicy. And then I just kind of ran that number, and then I go through the positions of that module and check, basically select a random position that has at least one empty neighbor position, right? So like for instance, like here all of them are possible, right? But there's some, you know, the problem would be if you get the module that is like 3 by 3, then the middle part wouldn't be eligible to have a connection. But yeah, I just select a random position on the module, and then I, you know, select a random empty direction and just set that there. Basically I set an integer, and then 0 is up, 1 is right, 2 is down, something like that. Okay. Oh shit. They attack more often. I think I can survive that. Yeah, we definitely don't want to go for nest crawlers. Okay, so now we have an insanely cool, insanely strong build. Electric damage, that does seem nice. But does it seem better than Infest? Possibly. For example, is that blue winged module really rare to have 4 connections? Not that rare, right? This can just happen. But like, because it has so many connections, its power level is really weak as well, right? So it gets you know, a weaker effect, right? The more kind of connections it has, the weaker the effect, right? But like usually big modules have a strong effect because they're kind of awkward to be placed, but then that power gets reduced by the amount of connections it has as well, right? Okay. Crit A and Kill Builder. Wait, this does electric damage? Oh shit. Although it does the spawning of shit, which is shit. Let's tackle a hard room. Yeah, I mean, you know, is it the most balanced thing in the world? Probably not, but like it does the job for now. Oh, shit. Oh, this too, though. I do have a couple of bullets. Yeah, let's just go with this. Pierce. Oh, shit. That's good. And that's also good. Oh, boy. Here we go. I don't think I need so much AoE. I think it's just kind of blocking my vision. Repeat. I mean, yeah, boom. That's pretty good. And then we can do this here. Just give this a shit ton of pierce. Okay. We're cooking. We're cooking a pretty nice build now. And I think the game's, like the amount of enemies scaling isn't as insane anymore, so that's good. The amount of shit happening is a little bit on the crazier side. What does this need? 2 lasers and 2 bullets, but it gives fire damage. I mean, I do have 2 lasers and 2 bullets here, so I could enable it like this. Gives fire damage to everything. Now, do I want that, or do I want repeat and winged and crit? Yeah, nah. Let's just leave it like that, I think. More pierce per pierce. Where do we want to go? Screw the events. I know them. Enemies can only take 50% of their HP per hit. Sure. Why is there so little enemies spawning now, though? Something's wrong. And this must have been wrong in the previous scene as well. Okay, let's check what happened here. There definitely had to be some sort of a call. Okay, this. No. Huh. Why is the calculation so weird now? What is wrong now? Can't even open the map, so I can't check what's happening. Wave level. Let's do debug.log amount of enemies. I'm just gonna drop this in. And we're gonna see what this spits out. I think this should be more robust now. Okay, what happened now? Huh. Okay. How far along are we? Like, we're still, you know. Ugh. That's a terrible bug. Only it does give in fast, so that's something. Shooters and spawners take less damage from afar. Ugh. Oh boy. Yeah, this kind of just happens a little bit too often. Right? Oh yeah, sure. Sure, that's good. Shell times 3, yeah, we're not gonna be doing that anytime soon. We're gonna be replacing this because it's shit. Good, give me another event. If there is one left. Nope. I mean, not necessarily. Yeah, I think I would rather have this on half of my magazine. Seems good. Bullet. Oh, we're good. How much health does this have? 1,500. Second boss. Okay, I'm dying. And so is he. Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't think I can survive this, but like, that sounds hella fun. What do we get? Repeat stuff. We've gotten some repeat stuff. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Do you have a favorite type of bullet? Yeah. It's hard to say. I kind of like all of them differently. It depends on like what kind of a build I have, right? And I'm really trying to, and this is not like just me talking out of my ass, like I'm really trying to kind of create the game in a way where this is gonna be true for, you know, as much as possible. I'll drop this here, there's too many of those things anyway. So I'm gonna probably die to this thing really quickly. Just kind of trying to stay away from all the enemies now. Yeah, these really shouldn't be bullets. What the hell did I get? Winged, right. I need pierce on that, I don't. Could use this though. Oh, you know what I could do? What does this do? AoE and swarm. Or I could connect the whole thing almost. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Like making a laser focused build, especially with stuff that like bounce. Oh yeah. If you can get a good range and bounce on a laser, it's pretty nice. And I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Killed by a little worm. Wait, why are these all... Oh, it does show them properly, so it just drew them incorrectly, but that's fine. Let's do... let's find the bugs. So, if the final item is bugged, all the items appear bugged on the end screen. Had a bug on the laser that essentially made it range 0. I think the effect was -2. Oh yeah. The range like gives a shit ton of range to lasers, but yeah, it also decreases it by a lot. Yeah, so like it's a little bit too much crap going on too quickly, right? And there's like no strategy behind it anymore, right? You just kind of, you're not really making a build per se. I don't know how to really solve this issue though. Why didn't this save? Right, I know why it didn't save. Because I didn't go to the next part. But like this is also now not gonna save, no? Who? Ugh, you bastard. Yeah, no, I think that too, right? If you go far enough, it's fine if there's like just chaos and you can't really understand what's happening and then you just die. But I kind of want that chaos to not happen too often before you reach the final kind of boss that is meant to be, you know, kind of a fully fleshed, nice experience, right? That doesn't too commonly just devolve into, hope, you know, just pressing the shoot button and hoping for the best, you know? I think when you get kind of far enough, I think that's fine, but like maybe if you loop or whatever, right? But like the base game should kind of make sense, I guess. Could you maybe limit to 2 or 3 same bullets in the magazine? I think that's really... Yeah, no, that's true, but like, I don't know. It might be fine, right? I might just be kind of, I don't know, searching for a solution for something that isn't the problem. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely don't think I want to limit types of bullets. That seems just like an anti-fun thing. You know, if people want to have full laser build, why not, right? I mean, there's definitely merit to the idea. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, before I start limiting stuff, I would like to approach this, if needed at all, right? If I even need to approach this quote-unquote problem. But yeah, I would like to try to find a solution that kind of doesn't involve me taking something away from the player, right? Decrease the damage of same bullets. There's definitely an idea where you could be rewarded for, let's say, having a more diverse magazine, right? But again, like for me, for instance, I also like if I can just focus on bullets and then get some bullet items and then just, you know, have fun with bullets. So I think just out of my personal preference, I wouldn't want to do that. And again, I think it's, you know, it feels like I'm forcing players to do something in a game where you're supposed to experiment, right? Yeah, exactly. I think hard limiting would be bad as well, yeah. Switching types of bullets feels kind of bad. Prefer having one type of bullets. Don't like mixing bullets and mortars, for example. Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to, for instance, achieve with the new, you know, some modules are gonna have, how do you say, some modules are gonna have conditions, right? Or already have conditions. But now I also made it possible for a module to get multiple conditions. So for instance, a module can have a condition that you need to have 2 bullets and 1 shockwave equipped to it for it to work. And it's gonna have a really high power, but it has a really sucky, annoying condition to meet, right? And then it kind of, you know, you don't have to do it, but like if you wanna utilize that module, you're gonna have to equip, you know, 2 bullets and a shockwave to it, or the other way around, whatever. And I think that's interesting, right? Basically giving a player, you know, you don't have to do it, but like here's a really powerful thing that gets unleashed if you try to play it like that, right? Imagine having debuffs that can happen throughout the gameplay, for example, 50% damage to 1 bullet, and then you have to adapt to that. Yeah, again, this is really dangerous to do, right? Because it can feel really unfair. Let's say somebody went for a single bullet build, right, or a single projectile type, and you give them something like this, it's really dangerous for them to kind of, you know, feel cheated, right? Like, this is bullshit, right? Just give me a challenge, right? Don't, you know, don't just say, oh, you deal, you know, 50% less damage, you know? It's like, I think that's gonna just feel bad to most people, not to all, right? Let's be honest. But I think it just might feel bad. Yeah. I'm also thinking, like, should I just kind of change a little bit how the modules work? Maybe there's like too many sideways connections. You know, just make it a lot more rare for modules to be able to be connected sideways, or just have the sideways connection create a really, I don't know. I guess modules could also have negative effects, right? And then sideways connections could, like, that could be, you know, like a thing that gives them a negative effect as well. Entice the player by giving them a stronger alternative at some point and making it a gamble if it will work out. Yeah, exactly, right? So that's why that's essentially what I'm thinking with the modules with multiple conditions, right? Or, you know, you present them with an item, you know, all mortars shoot twice, right? And then let's say you went for a full bullet build, or all, you know, shockwaves shoot twice or whatever. And then you're like, oh, that's interesting, right? I have one shockwave, I could try this, and then you kind of pivot to that. So items and modules should be able to achieve that already, right? But yeah, I just think, okay, another thing that's kind of bothering me now with the game is that you just, at some point you just combine, or at least most of the time when you have a crazy build, you just combine all of the bullets together with modules, and then just, you know, you just kind of continue the snake, and then everything is just affecting everything. And that might just be a little bit annoying, just a tiny bit annoying. And the biggest problem for that are the sideways connections. Like previously, I mostly just had the downwards connection. And that basically made it really, really hard for you to combine a shit ton of stuff together, right? So if you really planned it well, and then you get some, like, you know, long module here that just has one down connection, and then another one here, and maybe has a connection here, and then you would get both of them together with the next one. But then you would only have one more, right? And then that's it. Well, like, that's like the best case scenario. And like these long modules are really kind of shitty usually, right? So this is one thing that I'm thinking about. And the other one is, how can I also limit or kind of not increase the game's difficulty too much, or increase the amount of enemies, so that the positioning and the target priority is still strategic, right? Because at some point it just becomes, you know, just shoot and pray, right? But I would want for this to be, you know, oh, there's a, you know, let's say you can notice that this guy spawns somewhere, right? And you're like, oh shit, I have to kill this one, right? So I have to walk to it, break its shield, and then kill it, right? I want that to be part of the gameplay, right? So I want players to be kind of engaged with the situation, right? So you're not just like kind of hiding in the corner and just hoping nothing attacks you or nothing gets close, right? You just kind of go to the corner and shoot. I think it would be better if positioning and target priority is really kind of rewarded, right? So I don't want to make too many enemies, but also if there's not enough enemies and you're not kind of under fire by a shit ton of things, you can still just go to the corner and just kind of wait for them one by one and, you know, kill them. So I'm thinking about if I could make the game in a way where, you know, either it's a timed room, and if you don't kill the enemies fast enough, you know, maybe some of these Nida swarms spawn, or maybe another wave spawns, right? Maybe there's like more crap that happens. You get like a huge wave that you are probably gonna be killed by, right? Or you get an additional reward for kind of keeping the flow going, right? Keeping like maybe a combo meter up. I don't know what a combo meter would do. But that's like the other way of kind of thinking about, wouldn't it be challenging to have like a single module already in the magazine and then you have to connect to it? If you have a single module already in the magazine, huh. So now, would this module be really good and then you kind of have to, you know, try to connect towards it? Or would this module just be in the way? Oh, you know what? You gave me an idea. What if your magazine starts, the magazine could just start with some, oh, that's an interesting idea, man. Like maybe not directly, but like, okay, so what my idea was from the thing that you said, what my first initial thought was, you could have, oh, right, but like how would that work? I was thinking about having like dead zones, you know? Like equipping empty modules that are just in the way, right? But like you can just equip stuff over it, right? You can just break it. But maybe it could be unequipable, which is another thing I would have to explain and kind of write into the system that something cannot be unequipped. It would look cool if it looks broken. Yeah. So maybe, yeah. So, and I think that would also make more sense, right? So maybe just not everything is enabled, right? Maybe not all of the slots are enabled, and you can maybe repair them, right? Maybe in the shop, you can buy like, I don't know, you can repair a section of the magazine, right? So you get more space to equip stuff. I'm interested to see, can the magazine be bigger? I don't know where I set the size of it. Set magazine stats. Size, height. So where do I do this? And I don't do this. I don't do this in the main menu? Really? Main menu. Hello. El manu. Let's see. Quick start. Oh, really? So here, let's see if this works. What if I make this 7? Then you can also maybe like find, instead of a module, you can just find a patch on the floor that you kind of slap on it, and that's like a slot, right? Ugh, messed that up. Let's try it again. Fine. Then I see this is not going to work here, so let's try to do this in the normal game start and see what's going to happen. So if I increase the size, like it is, this is one thing that I hate about this idea, is that it's probably going to be a lot of work, and it's geared towards limiting players, which is always a dangerous thing to do. And it's another thing that I need to explain in the game. So I'm going to be really careful considering this at all. Because I feel like there's a high chance of me wasting time on it. Really? So why doesn't this work then? Okay, what if I do 4? What happens then? That's true, right? I need to explain the patches though, or like how you fix the broken parts. Maybe also bullets and modules could be used, right? So if you just equip whatever there, it just kind of fixes that part of the magazine. So the 4 works. How does that look in the game though? It's a little broken. Wait, all of these are broken because of that? That's funny. Interesting that that breaks in such a funny way. Is really all connected to the height of the magazine? That's kind of strange. I mean, I guess it makes sense. The magazine is generated properly though. So can I make it a 6? Or just the whole game geared towards it being 5? Okay, let's leave it at 5 then. Like, I'm just thinking about the thing. Like, will it just feel really, really annoying to deal with that, right? Ah. Or I should just make more modules have conditions, right? Maybe that's just what modules should do, right? They should maybe always be kind of conditioned, you know? So it's like, essentially the initial idea of this being like you being a programmer, right? Is that this whole magazine is like some sort of a system that you as a programmer understand. And what I was thinking as an idea was that, like, on top you have those bullets, and then these modules below are going to be like building blocks of a code. So like there's going to be a bunch of if statements and loops and whatever, right? Stuff that works like a programming language. And that's why I made these conditions, right? And specifically the ones that kind of tell you how this needs to be equipped to work, right? So for instance, what needs to be equipped on it, or maybe it could also be like where it needs to be equipped, right? You know, maybe it needs to fill a specific column to work. Maybe it needs to be, you know, positioned at a left or the right corner of the magazine, or like edge. That could also be a condition. Wait, let me write some of these things down. I think that could make it interesting. Okay, let's try to do that, because I think, yeah, let's try to do that. So I would do module conditions. Module has to occupy how the hell you write occupy? What? That does not, like I guess I've never seen this. I've never seen this word. Jesus. So module has to occupy a specific row or yeah. Module has to occupy a specific row or line Is it line? It's, you have rows and you have, what the hell do you have? Like, let's say here, you have a row. Oh, you have columns and rows, right? Module has to occupy a specific row or column, or maybe a specific slot, X, Y. This would kind of be hard to understand which one it is, right? Like the magazine could also have, oh shit, wait. Oh no, I'm getting ideas that are not good for my work plan. I just got some ideas that would convolute the shit out of this system and make it a ton more complex. Yeah, we're not doing that. So the idea that I got is I could make these slots have different colors, and then different effects would be amplified by different colors, right? So maybe you would have a red, green, and blue slot, and then all of the effects would be, you know, kind of, they would work better in some slots, or maybe some modules would need to be equipped on over some of those or whatever. Is that a good idea, or is it just insanity? It's like the only thing I would need to do is kind of randomize, you know, some sort of colored overlay squares over these. So I would have a 2D array of them, which is not that big of a deal. And then, but like having different effects be amplified by them, I think that's, I think that's gonna be bad, because that's a lot of work. But like just having some conditions with, you know, alongside with that, right? Maybe it has some sections, right? Play Victoria, yeah. Oh no. I really need to talk with somebody on call about this. I really need to bounce these ideas off of some I need to speak to a friend of mine. He can maybe kind of give me a reasonable feedback if this is going a little bit too crazy. But like having colors, you know, first of all, before I go that far, right, I can just add more of other stuff, right? Or has to stick to a particular side of the magazine. Top, bottom, left, right. Module, no, magazine slots could also be colored. max 3 different colors, or a mechanical and biological section, so just 2 colors, and then modules could have conditions that they need to be equipped in a specific part that has enough of a certain color. Make the colors follow color theory. Same colors give a bonus. Similar colors work. Copies color breaks. Yeah, but like, you know, this really starts to increase the complexity of the game, and I don't want to go too far into it because I'm afraid that, first of all, adding new stuff is going to be hell. Because everything is going to need to kind of consider all of these things. Balance is going to be a lot harder to do. Because like, for instance, with this, if I just have, let's say, 2 different sections of a magazine, right? That are just kind of, you know, just kind of Perlin noised on the magazine. So it's kind of organic looking, right? Set them with Perlin noise, maybe. Noise, maybe. And then modules can just have these conditions, right, where they need to be equipped for these things to work. I think that's already kind of nice, right? And it doesn't need any like explanation, right? It just works. It's just, you know, it's gonna say when you're gonna see the condition, it needs to have at least, you know, it needs to be equipped on at least, let's say, 3 biological or whatever slots, right? So basically limit how easy it is for modules to combine between each other. And also another thing that I could do is, if a module has a condition, it needs to be met before like the bullets, you know, before it grants the effects that are kind of attached to it, right? So you can't just attach a really good module that kind of combines everything together. It has to also be enabled. Like the condition has to be met, otherwise it's just complete. So like, what I'm trying to say, right now, when you have a module, I'm gonna get module before. Okay, so right now, how the thing works is, let's say you have a module like this, and then what kind of a module did this spawn? Great, this is actually perfect. So let's say you have a module like this, and this has a particular effect. Okay, let's say we have this, right? So now this one, or this bullet, would gain the effects of this one and this one, right? Because this module is connected to this module, right? Yeah, that's better. So this bullet gets the effect of both of these, right? But like, even if this module has a condition and it's not met, it doesn't give its own effects, but it still gives the effects of the stuff that is connected to it. So I could also limit it that way. So give all the modules, or most modules, conditions, and then just, you know, also make them have to, like, that they need those conditions met, or they do not, you know, pass over the effects, right? Because right now, I think it's super easy to just kind of combine the whole magazine together and everything just works, right? But like here, you're really gonna have to be careful about, you know, what all is connected, what needs what to be connected, and that's good that you have the undo button, right? So you can, if you've messed something up and you can kind of clearly see that like the module was disabled, maybe the whole module could be kind of, you know, darkened. Where's my magazine? Magazine UI. Close this shit. And then we're gonna do magazine container. I just need to find a big module drawer. No. Oh. Big module drawer. I can just find which one is the right one now. Ah, there we go. So I could make all of these pieces just darker, right? If it's disabled, we'd probably want to go into like a blue color or purple. It's like this, and then it's just disabled, right? If it's not, if the condition isn't met. Or I could do some other way of, I could probably also explain that. What if they still have buff, but it would give better effect if condition is met? So that like, there's a condition only on a specific, like on a particular part of the module's effect, right? That could also be a thing. I mean, it's just annoying to kind of add that to the UI. If I have, you know, whatever thing here. Oops. Let's do this, right? And then add a couple of conditions. So like if I have this, you know, how do I kind of just, like for example, you get 2 buffs on module, but for the second one you need to unlock with condition. If they're just weaker, yeah. But like making a weaker effect, right? Like there's effects that kind of don't have, you know, let's say the effect adds 1 infest to the bullet. I can't make that weaker, or I mean, I can make it 0, right? I can't make it, I can just disable it, right? There's no kind of in between, right? Which I guess is fine, right? So like if there's a higher tier, it can be reduced. Like that just seems hell. I think, like in terms of explanation and code, I think it would be just better to either enable it or just disable it, right? Not every module has to have a condition. Yeah, no, for sure. But I think right now, like getting a condition is really rare. Not really rare, but it's like, that's the uncommon thing, right? It's like 15% chance to get a condition. But I would basically want it to have the other way around, right? Maybe have just a 15% chance to not get a condition, but most modules are conditional. And it feels more like you're kind of designing a build that works, not just slapping everything together and just, you know, trying to connect everything to the same thing and everything is just going to work, right? No, everything has a condition. You can still combine them with each other, but you know, you also need to meet their conditions. And then in this case, I can still leave the thing be you know, have like sideways connections be this frequent, because I think it doesn't destroy the game immediately. Because I think the amount of shit you can create is just a little too insane, way too fast, right? Like before, you can just kind of look, where can I attach another module that kind of connects to everything, right? And it doesn't really matter that you know, what it does. It's just good if you can connect to it, right? It doesn't feel strategic. I mean, it's a little strategic, like you have to play the, you know, the Tetris without rotating and find a good spot for it. But like, it doesn't really matter what you have equipped on top, right? If something has a condition, sure, you try to meet that one thing and that's it, right? But like, I could give modules better effects, but just have them have conditions. So they would be a lot more potent if you meet their conditions. So let's try to just do that change real quick. Like that's an easy change, right? I just make get module not bounds, but get module abilities, right? So here, when I, you know, when I give condition, instead of having a 15% chance of, or let's do this, let's just do this, right? It's now 85% chance of getting a condition. And then for getting a secondary condition, maybe instead of a 10% chance, there's a you know, let's do 25% chance. What about also making a bonus for making a good Tetris-like square or rectangle? Yeah, sure. You know, one thing that I was thinking about as like an Easter egg is like, if you fill the whole magazine, right, that it's full, it's like everything is filled, every slot, the game could like do the sound effect of like Tetris, you know, when you clear a section, right? And then just everything disappears. I don't have enough rooms. I think I have enough rooms. Like there's like 27 rooms now. Or like why do you think I don't have enough rooms? Like in what way? To kind of have enough time to experiment with these things? Yeah, so like, you know, here's the thing. I could make, since the modules are, you know, right now modules are really big power spikes, right? Because they're all, or most of them are really good, right? It's just good to connect them. But if they're not that good, right? Look at this one, right? This is insane. Like it has fire damage, but you need to connect 3 lasers to it, right? So, oh, you know what's interesting? If all the modules have crappy kind of conditions, you can actually use, you know, this module is only going to be used to kind of connect more stuff to that module. But like, I know I need 3 lasers for this one, so I'm gonna connect something to it in hopes I can connect more lasers on it so I can, you know, enable this. Oh yeah, no, oh sorry, yeah, you're right. No, making everything disappear, that's more of a joke, right? Maybe it kind of comes back or whatever, but like it would be a funny moment, you know, maybe you close the magazine and open it again and it's back there, right? I think, but yeah, otherwise no, that's just, it would happen once if that, right? I do like this line of thinking because I think like bullets on them own is this, they just don't really matter, right? Bullets should be the one that get the crazy effects, right? Not modules. Modules should just be a supplemental thing, right? The bullet itself, or like the projectile itself, should be the thing that gets the insane effect, right? Like this gives fire. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of a lot. But like, see this, right? I can attach this here, and now I have the option to actually get 3 lasers on this thing, right? And then I can still get 1 bullet on it. What does this do? Still has crit 20. I think I just need to lower the power of all the modules, right? Secret Steam achievement? Yeah. And I think it's like not that hard to achieve, right? You just have to fill it, or you just have to get a little bit lucky, right? In the long run. Bonk. And then a lower amount of enemies is gonna also feel good because your power level is not gonna go up so fast. But like here, you can, you know, there's a much more classic approach to roguelikes with this kind of thing because, you know, conditions having, like, look at this shit. This is an insane thing, but like you need a shockwave on it, right? So yeah, I think the power level needs to be decreased. But also, this makes, you know, the main bullets a lot more important, like what effects these have, right? A lot more potent, or a lot more like important, just, yeah, that's a good word. And also, there's gonna be, it's still gonna be possible to get the crazy build that was before, right? You just have to get lucky with what conditions are on the modules. So you can still get that insane shit if you get lucky. But most of the time, you can just maybe enable 1 or 2 modules in like the big group where everything is connected together, right? And that just makes it, you know, pretty good, but it doesn't make it, you know, insane, right? I think that's a good line. Oh. Let's equip a bullet here because I need a bullet for this. Boom. And then we can do these here. Yeah, I think that's much better. And then modules can actually be a lot more kind of interesting and intricate, right? And this equipping part can be more thought out and the amount of enemies can be lowered. I can get my strategic play style a lot more reasonably because you can still, you know, equip a lot of stuff. The game can still give you a lot to kind of equip, but also there's a meaningful decision, right? You get 3 things each room, and they're meaningful in terms of like what they provide. Oh, we got a shockwave. Boom. Enable this shit. This is gonna be insane. I mean, this is just a better bullet, so might as well. I like the little things turning green. Yeah, so this is meant like some sort of a, you know, an indicator that this module is active or not, right? I don't even know what this is meant to be. It's meant to be like some sort, you know, like the on and off icon. But yeah, I'll just ignore this, just move on. Yeah, but I think this is a good kind of direction because the modules, just equipping everything together, just like it's good, it's strong, but like there's no strategy. You can basically do it every time. If you got far enough, you're gonna get a bunch of modules that you can just connect together and everything is going to be insane. It doesn't matter what you equip on top of it because everything is insane, because the, you know, the modules stack like 5 or 6 effects, so it really doesn't matter what you put on top of it, it's going to be strong. And this way that can be a lot kind of harder to achieve. Oh, we got the laser. One more to go, and this becomes insane. Fire damage with shells. Well, sure, why not? Right, and like here, you know, it's really hard for me to connect more stuff to this one. I mean, this one not that hard, but like still. I definitely need to lower the power of these things still. Right, they're a little bit too busted. Because now everything gets a condition, and conditions increase the power level a lot. Because they were meant to be kind of rare, and if I'm gonna go this route, I also want to make but you know, this is the thing that I'm kind of excited about. Like, I don't have to make a new system for this, right? I can just basically improve upon what's already in the game, right? We got the final laser. Boom, right? And this feels good. What is this? Shockwave. Oh, what is this? Fertilize. Blech. I mean, I could do this. Is it better? I mean, yeah, it's better. It's actually pretty great, especially with the range for this thing as well. Yeah, that feels good. So now my power level is a lot more reasonable. It's still really high because the module are a little too overtuned now. But like, not everything is connected to the same thing. Yeah, this is gonna hurt. But yeah, I don't have like a bunch of repeat on everything, a bunch of split shot, a bunch of everything. Right, so this already feels better, right? I'm not killing this instantly. Because I got one repeat module, right? And then I connected everything onto it. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh, yes. That's just good all around. What do we have here? Ring of Fire, AoE. Oh my god, I just got effectors. Holy. You know what's good? We can do this. Holy shit. Is the effect disabled if you connect another module with different bullets to it? No. But like, this is the thing that I'm thinking about, right? So, for instance, wait, is the effect disabled if you connect another module with a different bullet? No, so yeah, so like this module, because it is enabled by 3 lasers, is gonna give this effect to everything that is connected to it, right? So, including this bullet, right? Like, maybe modules could just only also, you know, apply to specific bullets, but I think that's less interesting. I think that's kind of, it could be a thing as well, right? I'm gonna write it as an idea. Maybe some modules could have conditions, could have hard conditions where only a specific bullet can, or specific projectile type can be equipped on it to enable it, right? So for instance, it could be a condition where only, like, it needs to have only lasers equipped to it, or only bullets, right? Nothing else. So you have to be careful about connecting multiple stuff on it. But yeah, the thing I was thinking about is, let's say if this condition isn't met, right, of this one, right, so this one needs 1 bullet, but let's say it wouldn't have, right? Let me just finish this room, and then I'm gonna kind of try to think about this a little bit more. But this feels a lot more reasonable. Ooh. let's go this. Okay, so what I was talking about is, let's say it would be like this, right? So this one now isn't enabled because it doesn't have a bullet on it. I'm thinking about, does that just mean that these bullets, these 3 bullets don't get the effect of this one as well? Even though it's connected to it, it needs to be, like the condition needs to be met for these bullets to gain the effects of this one, right? And you could still use it, right? This would still enable this one that needs 3 lasers, right? It would still, this one would still be happy, right? It still has 3 lasers connected to it. But this one wouldn't basically apply these effects unless this is also enabled, right? So basically what this means is that this module here is now only used to enable, like to have enough bullets for this module, and whatever is connected to this module with a, you know, workable, how do you say, with a module that has its conditions met. But yeah, not to the ones that doesn't. 2 types of conditions, a strict one and more relaxed one, and its effect scale by how hard the condition is to achieve. Yeah, no, for sure, right? So like for instance, this one just needs 1 bullet equipped to it, easy condition to meet, right? And it's, you know, the power level gained from it is relatively low, right? But if this would be, if the condition on this one would be that only bullets can be connected to it, that's a really harsh condition, right? That could have a lot of power. Or let's say it has a condition that needs, you know, 2 bullets and 3 lasers, right? That's a hell of a tricky condition to pull off, and it can have an insane amount of power because of it. But like I'm also thinking, you know, because this one is now met, I can just find a sideways connection and, you know, attach it to this like this, and now all of these gain the effects of this one as well. So I can again just spiral out of control. But if I also make that conditional modules also don't transfer their, like don't gain the effects of the stuff that they're connected to if they don't have the condition met, right? That would make it a lot more tricky to get an insane, you know, kind of build. Or scaling condition, you unlock more of its power by connecting more of the required bullet. That's definitely something that I was thinking about as well. Yeah, I don't know exactly how that would work. Because like, since these things are generated, right? I guess it would need to be, I think it would need to be an effect, right? So it's not a condition, it's just straight up an effect like up here that says, you know, every projectile gains plus 20% damage for each bullet equipped on me or whatever, right? For each bullet that is attached to me, something like that, right? That could be an effect, and that isn't even a condition, right? And then if they gain an effect like that, maybe there's like a higher chance or a lower chance for a really tricky condition, right? So you don't get kind of, you know, bullets gain plus 30% damage, or projectiles get plus 30% damage for each bullet, but then the condition is that you need 5 shockwaves on it, right? That's gonna be like barely useful. And even if you meet the condition, it's kind of right? But we can definitely write that. So module, so module only, all projectiles gain 20%, or let's say X% damage per bullet, shell, mortar equipped on me or attached to me, right? But yeah, it would be, I think that would be interesting, because now, again, I can just find a module that has a connection that has a sideways connection and attach it to this that is enabled, right? like this way, you know, this works, but I just, you know, this is like a really good scenario for me, right? It just needs one bullet. It still gave me enough slots to meet this condition. And I can just, you know, add this one bullet and also enable this effect of this one for all of these, for the first three. And I think that feels really good, right? That I have basically made this combo feels good, you know? Oh shit. This is just better, no? Ahoy! Oh, that's funny. That's like a little insubincy, little bitty. But yeah, again, like this is... like I have a laser gun. Not too bad. And then I should also control like what kind of conditions you get, right? So most of the time conditions should be on the lower side, so it's not like really awkward to equip everything. Maybe it's skewed towards 2, like the second tier. So 1 mortar and 2 bullets. Yeah. Again, right? If this wouldn't be a thing, I would just plop it somewhere. Like this would probably have a teeth. Boom, drop it there. And this would already, you know, would not give 4 swarm, it would give 2, but whatever, right? It's still insane. It's an insanely strong effect. Or give swarm 1, it would make all of these just incredible, right? But now they're a lot more, you know, a lot more reasonable. And I think that's really, I mean, I can drop it here just in case. Can we get some healing? Holy shit, good. I think this is a good line of thinking. Enemies can only take 50% of their max HP. Why do I have so many of these? Oh. Right. Oh. Oh, this is a rare one, is it? Right, okay. There you go, and dead. But like, I had a good run. I had a strong build. I had the laser, the fire laser with the better fire. I had the fire resistance, you know, but it wasn't too crazy, right? Will there be anything beyond the walls of the arena? Since there's a buff where you can easily break. I think it would be cool if there was something hiding. Oh, you know, there's nothing yet. But that's definitely the idea, right? To kind of, how do you say? That's definitely the idea, to have some hidden areas, maybe secrets you can find. But yeah, I haven't figured it out completely yet, right? Maybe you can just find a, how do you say? you can just find a nest, right, and just a bunch of shit spawns out of it. I remember there being some unreachable holes at some point. That probably might be just, maybe I've left a hole prefab in the game. But yeah, nothing was like meant to be hidden yet. Okay, so I'm gonna have to test with this for a bit. I might not even have to really decrease the power a lot. Or a secret entry to another nest. Yeah, so that's mostly, I'm thinking something like that, right? Maybe like you find a hole and you can go there, and then when you look at the map, it's kind of like an extra path, like a secret room, and then you go out back into the world again, right? But yeah, nothing yet. Okay, I do think this is pretty good. I have to kind of go over this power level for the modules again, and kind of just decrease the thing a little bit. But I think it doesn't have to be decreased a lot, right? Just a little bit, right? Just make them have a little bit less power since they have these conditions. And then the ones without conditions can most of the time just be blanks, right? They don't really need to have a lot of power. So maybe I'm just gonna reduce the base power and just kind of control the power level with the conditions. And yeah, then I'm gonna see where to go next. Anyway, I'm gonna cut it a little bit shorter today because I have to run some errands. And yeah, probably gonna do another stream tomorrow. Let's say if I do, I'm gonna be as early as I can because I have some stuff at 10. So hopefully I do the early morning stream so I can get some work done, and then another short section after the breakfast up till 10, and then I'm gonna be done for the day. But yeah, this is a really interesting place to explore, I think. And it's kind of nice for me to finish it now because I need to think about this a little bit before I start making some major changes. But like, this is the good thing. I don't think these are major changes. This is just like little things. And I do like it. I do like it a lot, actually. Like, it felt a lot better to play the game right now because before you just kind of combine everything together. And also with this, I can give you more modules, right? More modules can drop because modules not such an insane power spike every time. They're like really situational. So I can drop more of them, right? I can just have a base chance be higher for dropping modules. And they can be like a higher, like basically make them a bigger part of the game, not just a power spike, right? They can be a really intricate, interesting part of the magazine building. Anyway, thanks everybody for joining in. If you haven't yet, I really appreciate you if you wishlist the game. It's the first link down below. Other than that, really appreciate your time, and I hope you have good luck with your projects and have a great day. Hope to see you tomorrow or, whenever. But yeah, until then, have a good one. Cheers.